Man, what is up? Good morning. Welcome to the next thrilling installment of chapter of the episode of Thrilling Adventures of the segment of the thing that it is here now, several hours late. And I was hoping I would get up early, but no, I didn't make it. Major stuff going on. I got I have like a nano cube, which is it's a saltwater tank, but I turn it into it's old and raggedy, and it got the back thing cracked, right? So only the forward tank is sound, holding water. And I was trying to, please my. It's like when me and my wife met. They were raising koi. They had and also they made artificial. Her father was making artificial lakes in the Philippines, and raising that seafood, and he had a coconut farm and so on. So we was looking at, yeah, hey, fantastic, yeah. We was looking at it as being a good match, and I was talking with her parents, and they thought so too, because I wanted to raise fish, and I wanted to have an urban farm, and they thought that would be wonderful and everything. But then when my wife got over here, she was like, "The hell with that! I don't like fish. I don't like animals. I don't like farms. No, right?" So I kind of I kind of put it. I was just trying to satisfy her. I put these fish tanks in my room. you know, we share a room. We have several rooms. And we kind of mix it up in there. But in my office here, where you see the show, I had these fish tanks in here, and the baby was back, and they're just too hard to work on. If you put a computer table in front of them or whatever, you're gonna get water on the computers and stuff, and it's just been really tough. But so I moved it out. All right, now so Traintastic has shown up, and he's got a surprise. Let's call him up on the Discord phone. Hold on. Traintastic, everybody's favorite friend. Have you got a real live Gargantua substantia, Five Nights at Freddy's Leviathan, or what is it going to be? I don't know. All right. What is this thing? Why is it doing this? Hold on. And where is that? Okay. Ooh, that's so nice how it's popping up like that. There it is. My Discord is like down there in the corner. That's so uh, uh, fabulous. That's all I can say. All right. So, and this is. Is that you, Train? I think it is. Hold on. Let me call him on the Discord phone. Starting the voice call now. Initiating uh, integration of the technification. Um, Space Channel Robot Platform 1 contacting Planet
Muted.
Zoloft. Hey, what's up?
Uh, I may have spent $1,503 the other day.
Oh my God! You did get a real Five Night at Freddy attack robot, or no? What is
No,
it?
I'll take a picture of it on my phone.
Okay, cool. I am
You're gonna
running
love
really
this.
really late. Oh, and I don't know why my Discord is like this. Let's see. I need to make it right. Um, I don't know. I could just leave it like it is.
Are you ready for my setup?
Man, I am on the edge of my seat. I can barely help. My teeth are grinding. I can't wait.
You're gonna love this.
I just, I had got a big collection of Godzilla animated uh, files, and I was just looking at them this morning. They're
There it
quality.
is.
Oh, I can't see it, man. Wait. It's not coming up on my. Wait. Oh. Let me bring Discord back up to the front. Why is it like that? Oh my God. Hold on. There we go. Oh, okay. Hold on. Traintastic has a racing.
I got a PC finally.
Oh, wait. You got a PC
It's
with.
not a gaming PC, but it's an HP not a laptop, but a PC. It's a desktop.
You know, I am. The thing about it is, I will tell you this, Traintastic. We get some electrical storms around here, and the power always blinks. And I just got a backup UPS like at Goodwill. I have two of them, right? And now, if there's lightning or something like that, it's like my computer does not shut off. And the thing that I notice is like I've got on my network here, typically, let me see how many operational computers I have turned on in the house right now. Hold
I'm
on.
gonna screen share, and you're gonna like this one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 computers on my network currently operational. They should be running jobs, but I'm a slacker, so I haven't gotten it
You
stuff
see what
started.
I'm playing?
I'm checking it out. I'm checking it out. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Are you gonna be a semi truck driver? That guy's got a whole house on his on his back.
Yeah, you want to see how beautiful this game is, though. This game is beautiful. It's American Truck Simulator. It's amazing. You know, if I could find what I'm looking for. Quick job. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm basking in the glorious
Let's see.
semi truck CO2 emitting monstrosity of it all.
I'm actually using gas pedals in the steering wheel.
You got gas pedals on.
Yeah, the steering wheel actually works.
Oh man, some robot named Cute Girl is giving me a private message. I hope it is at least rated PG. Wait a minute. Let's see. Oh man, I missed her 2 hours ago. Hi, Kudawojoey.
You can put my stream on your stream.
Oh, she's like, want play? Cute girl. Okay. Dude, it's perfect. If you could see it right now, it's like on the bottom left corner, your truck cockpit or whatever, your truck cab is vividly displayed and glorious.
How beautiful this is.
Yeah. Wow. It's I'm getting. Oh man, now that is smooth. The rotation had some saggy. I gotta send Cute Girl a message here.
That's the cool part.
Hold on. She's a member of the Dang clan. I guess that's short for danger. The Dang. I'm a member of the DANG clan. Dang. Is that what you say when you get blown up by Photon Bozastasan Surgimificon robot? Ooh, somebody got me with a surge, got my dang thing yesterday in a free for all. And I really wanted it. Was one of those moments where it was like, ooh, it would have been so satisfying to get that guy. But he was able to surge twice. He had some kind of implant. He was able to surge twice before I was through. And my on the second surge, that's when he got my other 50,000 hit points. Um, ooh, today I'm gonna get 200 acorns. This is great, man. How fast can you go? Can you collisionification into?
I don't want to. I'll get fined for that.
Oh, okay. So part of the game is actually driving well.
Yes.
This is
All
very
right, come on, cars, go.
patience, my son. Have you forgotten your lessons so quickly? But master, does not the fire need water too? Does not the mountain need the storm? Does not your skeleton need kicking? Ah! Okay, now you can go, right? No?
Oh, it's green. I'm stupid. Oh my god.
Did they have a dang left turn arrow? Oh, you had an arrow. Man, I'm scarified when my wife starts driving because she is such a rubberneck. She is a rubbernecking. She's always like, "Oh, look what he's doing. Oh, look what she's doing. Oh, look, man. You know these people crazy. You don't need to be looking at them as crazy, man. They're people, man. They're doing all kind of crazy stuff. Somebody's got the nose itch and a careen all across the lane, and somebody's got the lady's compact, powder in her nose, and somebody else watching the movie on the dang cell phone, and they driving. They are, believe me. My brother gets mad too. He's like glowering. Is that how you say glower? Like when you glare at somebody, glower at them. It's like, man, you don't need to be glowering, man. You need to be watching your own behind so you don't get killed, man. These people driving crazy.
What is going on over there? Truck just stopped for no reason.
It's called, you know what the reason is? It's called HF. You know what HF means?
Nope.
It means a UE. You know what UE means?
Nope.
User error. And the HF stands for human factor. It means somebody up in there. That's why they're messing up. Oh.
I do so good with the steering wheel. It's unbelievable. And it's my first time actually trying to drive.
So you feel satisfied?
Yeah, I'm actually doing pretty well. For my first time behind the wheel.
Well, you're getting a ramification of congratulations from me. Whew, Lord. I don't know if you can see, but I'm moving the fish tanks out of my office area. Finally. Lady called from my temple. She was worried about me. I was like, well, my wife got this premenstrual dysphoric disorder, and she was throwing chairs and stuff. And the lady for the till is like, oh, I didn't have it that bad, but I did get violent when I was younger. She's like older, lady. So her kids are grown, her daughter is grown and is in Israel learning Hebrew. And she was like, I did get violent when I was much younger around my period, but I'm not sure I was throwing chairs and stuff. And she said, I was very lucky that my husband was understanding. But my wife is still at the stage. She's like, ain't nothing wrong with me. It's you. That's what she told me. She was last night. So, Denise called. She was worried about you, and my wife started. She went off. I was like, oh, what is it? It's like the 19th or whatever. Yeah, it's the period's coming. Whew. And it could be, really rough because my wife eats a lot of inflammatory foods, and it just really makes her lose her mind. She's in a lot of pain. And did I tell you what happened? She didn't make no dinner, and the baby sneaked and got a piece of cheese, and she didn't want to let her have a cheese because she got food poisoning from the nasty chicken that she gave her the other day, right? And the doctor has said, well, when you're recovering from food poisoning, stay away from dairy. But it had already been 72 hours, right? I was like, dear, you need to, give her something. You can't just. I will tell you, have you ever had somebody, when you were really hungry, have you ever had somebody come up and try to take the food out of your mouth?
Nope.
What do you think you would do?
I don't know, honestly.
People get
Probably just straight up punch him in the face.
right. People get mad, and I'm a very easygoing and gentle, friendly kind of guy. But it's like if I come home, and my wife would do this, she would be like, I like get in one corner of the countertop and put my bowl there, my little bowl, because she's like, you're in my way. If you go somewhere, she's like, she want to go right to that spot and go, I'm trying to do something and you're in the way. And, and so, but when I have been at work all day and I got my one little spot on the corner of the counter, and I got my bowl of food and I'm trying to eat it and she's trying to get me to get out of the way. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh my God, it's laggy. I don't know why.
Uh,
Oh, I want to get in this lane though.
I would say what you should keep an eye on is your browser resource utilizationalism behind it.
I might actually use Task Manager and close on my background.
Yeah. I pin Task Manager to my taskbar because I don't even want to hit Control Alt Delete. I just want to click my mouse and have a Task Manager in front of me. And also I use Opera GX. So if I'm really serious about something that I'm doing, I'll have that Opera GX throttling. I'll throttle the CPU utilization and so forth.
Whoa, buddy. No, I need to get over. That car needs to go past me. Oh, he's waiting for me to get over. Thank you. He actually waited.
Yeah, some people do and some people don't. You have to just.
This game has very realistic detail like that.
Yeah. It's going smooth right now. I got to get in here and do some free-for-all deathmatch. Let me see, what have I got? One of these days, I'm going to really jack up a thermal lance and put it on my... I've been getting the little blueprints when they come across. It's like I want to get any kind of bargain blueprints I can get. And some people will tell me, don't ever do that. I was like, I don't know. I have such a hard time getting my MD ranked up. And that's the only thing I'm trying to do. And when you're just waiting for just one particular kind of blueprint, man, that can be a long time before you get it.
I'm gonna in the game right here, and I'm gonna pick a different game. Well, this game is online, by the way, so if you ever do get it, it's multiplayer.
What's it called?
American Truck Simulator. It's on Steam.
Is it free or expensive?
It costs $20. That's it.
Man, I got no $20, man. The baby needs some probiotics. My wife has sunk the business once again. She didn't pay the day. We lost our domain. So about, I don't know, over the course of the time we've been running a bookstore, about 7 years, I paid out about $3,700 in for the Google money. I guess I pay it low, $35 or $45, but over 7 years, that's almost $4,000, and she lost the domain. Wouldn't renew it. Just very destructive. And
I might have an idea.
What is your idea?
I have the perfect idea.
All right, I'm getting ready to go up in here in some deathmatch. Cause I've done been on what 20 minutes and I ain't started yet. Let's see. Hey, Ninja Sauce, man, how you doing? It's afternoon where you is, man. You must be on the opposite side of the world from me. Shalom. Where are you? Assalamu alaikum.
No.
Hey, Ninja Sauce. This is my buddy Traintastic on my stream. Ah, yeah, good. All right. Do you know stories of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, the commander of the faithful, the prince of the true believers? That's some of my favorite stuff. The tales of the Rashidun Caliphate. I love it. Ninja Sauce. Man, that's a good name. I like that. I'm about to jump into it. Oh, I got 9 free-for-all deathmatch tickets. Lord help. That's it. I'm gone. The fierce robot combat.
I had an idea, but I'm not sure if you would agree with it.
Oh yeah, what is that?
I got 18 bucks on my gift card. You want it? I don't need it.
Oh no, you don't have to do.
No, I was gonna give it to you so you can get the game.
Oh, I can't. Well, the thing is I've got to play this thing Macarena. Usually I don't even have time to even get my Macarena done. But I appreciate it though. I should not do that. That's so awesome, man. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Hell.
I just have nobody to play it with, you know.
Yeah. Well, I wish I had time, but I don't.
I try to find people to play it with. There's just not hardly any of them are online.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I mean, we should both talk about this. The whole finding. Man, he got 2 graviton beams. Man, I'm dead. Oh Lord, man. What? They got no dang graviton beam. You got to be kidding me, right? I should have been up in here in this thing in the very beginning. I got 2 people. We half over this death match.
Oh, one more thing.
Oh, I got
a
him.
virtual reality headset.
You got a VR headset, man. Me too.
Yes. We should definitely play sometime.
Yeah. Bongo, man, Bongo, you going to the Congo right now? Cause I got a missile rack. on your behind.
I spent a lot of money on shit. Got a big old desk.
Oh Lord help. This
Hour to make.
turkey. I am so tired of it. You want to stand there with that turret, you taste my rocket launcher.
It's probably gonna quit the stream to do that. I'm gonna go to.
You just jump down there. I got this one spot on this floor, and it's like people always passing through. They jump down there like they think it's going to be nobody down there, and I'm always down there. And I just sit down here and wait for them to come. Oops, just like that.
The sad part is, I almost
Already got 9
the
kills.
American Truck Simulator in VR, and it just wasn't possible because my computer didn't have the right stuff.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been awesome.
Man, Traintastic, one of the things that I do is I go on archive.org and I find the old games that run on old computers because they got really cool stuff that's just sitting out there on DVDs endlessly.
Yeah.
I wanted, I wanted to get like volunteers to come over and do game streams from my house because I got almost about 100 computers over here.
I wish I could have bought the gaming PC that I seen at Walmart. That would have been cool. But my impatientness just kicked in, and I need to get a PC. So.
Yeah.
I got an HP. It's pretty good though. It runs pretty well. Not gonna lie.
What kind of graphics?
I don't know. I need to check later.
You just check it out and see if it works. You play some game on it. Is that how you test it?
Yeah, I turned some graphics up all the way and it runs well.
Yeah, that's a good way to check. But they will jip you. You got to be careful. Scone, are you home? Because you ain't moving. You dead now. Man, this is boredom over here. What is going on? I'm gonna jump down here. A turkey. Somebody else got it. Oh, and they got Q-tip. Killed by a bot, man. Ooh, and he got it. What is that, a graviton beam? How come everybody's got graviton beams now? I ain't got that. Foolishness. Oh, I can't believe that I'm scoring up like this. I'm already kill leader. Taste my stasis beam. Can you die? Would you mind? Thank you. Nouse Gardener. How's your Nouses growing in your Nouse garden? Oh. Good morning, Jacaranda. There's nothing I like more than the jacking some randa in the morning. I just jacked up Jacaranda's friend. Oh, here Q-tip, come back. Man, I am so happy to see you. Oh, he's dead. Oh, and Nouse Gardener again. Q-tip is gone. Where is he? Oh, you annoy. You better get out the way. I'm not coming up there, Danger Noodle. These stupid bots, man. I'm sick of it. What? It's Q-tip. Destroy. You must be destroyed. You must die. I'm gonna overcharge you. Come on, give me my 9. Number 9. Number 9. Number 9. Hey, you just stay right there, Rocket. Yeah, just be still. Good job. All right, child. How's my audio, by the way?
It's good.
Good.
Like
Yeah.
I got gaming headphones.
This turkey, I do not want you to do that to me. I'm about to overcharge you. Nope. I got first place. Let me hit the dang. Dang. I remembered. I hit the button. That's lagging a bit there, yeah.
You hear that though? Every
Wha-
time I press any key, it'll do that.
I don't hear it.
It's a fun Windows. There it goes. It's done. Thanks.
No, I was talking earlier. It's like, you know, finding good friends. I mean, it's an issue these days.
Especially ones that you
Yeah. We're very atomized and isolationisms. We are.
my sensitivity is very high. That's better. Green.
Turkey. Fast pace.
Listen to this one.
Oh no, slaughter. I hate this guy. I hate you. See, I unloaded a whole missile rack on him and he did not die. Right in his face. And he just sitting there. He's like, he knows I do not have the firepower to take him out. It's Fat Albert. Hey. Are you kidding me? I got 2 kills. We're a minute into 3. Okay, that's better. Mr. Bones, can I have your attention, please? Oh, it's PEMDAS, man. PEMDAS, what's going on, man? I haven't seen you in a while. Oh, and yeah. Oh, I love you. Oh, stand right there and don't move. Oh, that's so nice. Now, let me just kill Slaughter here. He gonna kill me. Watch him. He's got so much firepower. Oh, no, I killed him. Oh, good. Slaughter. I know that guy. He's pay to win. He got all that photon, proton, bososticon. Overcharge. Foolish shit. Yeah, come on. Just stand right there. That's right. Good. Stoteworthy. Everybody's favorite bot. Oh no. Fast pace. The bots are out in thick this morning. Oh, can you please? This is some kind of proton fool. It's Slaughter again. That's what it is. And he dead. I love this little, it's like this little corner, underground tunnel corner thing. Man, oh, yeah, too bad. And you get down in there, and once you're down in there, it's just like, it's like people trying to get away from somebody else. They'll run down there, and you're down there. And so they're like caught in the crossfire a lot of times. Here comes Slaughter. Man, he won't kill me. I know he do. I'm dead. I got first place again. And I paid nothing. And I remember to click the button. Man, I got 9 deathmatch tickets. That's awesome. Oh, Ninja Sauce, I'm sorry. I just saw your message. I can add you, yeah. Did you? I thought I already had added you, but what is your Macarena name again? Send me your number, and if you look on my stream, you can see I have 2 numbers. Right? So what happens to me all the time? I'll play up to 4 hours a day, and I'll be 2 hours on one account and 2 hours on the other account. So you got to put both of them. Oh, I just zoned in on my very favorite spot. Then here comes Schwab. Oh, is that right? Thank you. Oh, here comes Schwab. Oh man, I don't want to die, Schwab, man. I should have shot him before. I'm coming to get you, Schwab. The fierce Schwab. Oh. Go. I'm just relaxing here, having a donut break. Oiling my Rocketron, or Zosticon. Man, y'all need to get over here in front of my gun. I'm tired of it. Here comes Schwab again. Oh, don't you know I'm just waiting for you. I was just revenging a 5. I want to learn how to play Valorant. That's my... And I was thinking, I may get on it. Oh man, Alex, you mad? I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to kill me. You think ooh, I got first place again. Just hiding out of my little hidey hole. And I remembered to hit the button. Oh, you sent me an invite. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I'm so space Gnosticus. Let me get through this free for all, and I will invite you. I'm so honored, Ninja Sauce, that you contacted me on my stream and yeah, and gave me the salam. Salam. Yeah. Shalom. Hebrew and Arabic are of the same family of languages, the Afro-Asiatic family. We're all family in this world. Oh man, it dropped me right where I want to be. Let me just get down here and relax. Oops. Stupid turret. Let me get off my back. Sick of you. I love that. Gridlock. Who is that? That's somebody. Keto Warriors, a bot. Turkey. He got a surge too. Man, we got 30 seconds and nobody came to see me down here. Man, I'm about to lose. I just want to see what you got. Yeah. 100,000 damage. That will do it. 6 seconds. This is a total wash. Can you die? Give me another kill. Just one more. No. That was a total loss. Somebody needed to take out that Gridlock, man. He's hogging all the bots. He's bogarting. Bogart. Don't bogart that bot, my friend. Hand it over to me. Bogart that bot. I mean, okay, Ninja Sauce. Let's see. Online. Oh, Sadia's here. She in a battle. That's my daughter's friend. What is your name, Ninja Sauce? Wait a second. Invitations. Incoming. Your Macarena name. Oh, it's Ninja Sauce. All right. Man, you got dang 4,000. The fierce Ninja Sauce. Please be on my team. Let's see. Ooh, I got 7 more. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. My favorite thing. Let's see. Well, you must be in a battle, Ninja Sauce. Okay, Ninja Sauce, I got your invite. Man, he's almost got 4,000 squad power. Oh. I will try again. There we go. Oh man, Ninja Sauce, you need to stay near me. There you go. Oh. Try again. Oh. Got my assist. I love me an assist. Okay, now we even up. Get out the way of that turret. Kill this guy. Help. My bad. Oh, and you're gonna get mad. I'm sorry. You see that dang 60-meter stupid. Go ahead and get overcharged on Ninja Sauce. All right, we won. In spite of difficulties, we shall overcome. Good job.
This is laggy. Like unplayable.
What's wrong with it?
It's just I can't play hardly anything on this that I want to play. These games are just not playable.
Do you know what benchmarks are? I'll teach you how to benchmark hardware one of these days.
Alright.
Oh. Oh, they froze me.
Oh man. It's currently turning morning.
Good job, Ninja Sauce. Get around, yeah. Round, round, round. Get around, I get around. Get around, round, round. I get around. I went around, round. Look out. Oh, my fault. Stupid helix rack. Fool. You better run. No. No. Good job. Stasis beam. That is not what I want in my nostrils. Hang back just a minute. Oh. I should have known that dang helix track was coming. Turkey.
I'm gonna get off for now.
All right. You're not getting
Stay
frustrated,
late.
are you? Is your stuff too laggy?
No. No.
Okay.
I'm not frustrated.
Yeah, I appreciate you, thinking about me and getting on my stream with me. It's good to have
Alright.
buddies around.
I'll see you.
I'll try to be on today.
Alright.
I got a new computer set up in my, our shared room, me and the baby's room over there. So I may get on in the room with her.
Alright.
I'll look for you.
I'll see you.
All right, take care. Excuse me. Oh, Ninja Sauce, what happened? Let's send Soul Reaper an invite, see what happens. That might be interestation wise, isn't it? We'll try Walking Dead. Oh, Blood Wolf. What's going on, man? Blood Wolf, are you Jersey Killer or Soul Reaper? Jersey Killer or Soul Reaper? I forget. Okay. I sent you an invite. I was like, what's going to happen? He's got 6,000 squad power. I got 3,000. It'll keep me on my toes. For 2 versus 2. But I run support mech, so I will try to heal you. And I think it's a good combo. I've been having fun. I don't know if I shared it with you, but there was this guy. He hadn't been on for a while, but he's Smoking Cali is his name. Oh, he got the Scripticus Scorpisticus robot. Man, that's fancy. Walking Dead is in here with me, but now I lost my train of thought. Die! You must die. Don't kill my buddy when he's back in the corner. Three to nothing. No. 5-0. This stupid bot, he's coming this way. Look out. And a sentinel, too. Six to nothing. All right. He was just trying out his Scortisticus robot. How come that don't reach you? Oh, I hate you. Shoot. Ouch! Oh, Lord. They want trying to get tough, are you? Come on here. Taste my that's a spoon. Can you die? Would you mind? Would it be too much to ask? Good, thank you. Yeah, you can just stand right there and don't move. Launching your rockets into the roof. That's brilliant. Stupid bot. He got the Scortisticus robot. Spasticus, Scortisticus, Scripticus. What is it? Octopisticus. All right, that's better. Yeah, Blood Wolf, I had just tried to add... Oh, now I remember what my train of thought was. I lost my train of thought. I was going to say, there was this... I know you've got like probably about 4,000 squad power ahead of me. But there's been this guy on Smoking Cali, and he hadn't been on for a while, but man, he goes and he finds people that are like 11,000 squad power. And he got about 3,000 or something, right? And he adds me in there, and it's a trip. It's actually, yeah. It's like you cannot be seen, you know, instant death. You got to stay undercover, and you cannot be seen, and just pop out once and pop somebody, and it's ultimately sort of a support game where. Oh no, it's Scortisticus. Oh no. You know, ultimately the guys that are got the 11,000 squad power are the guys on the squad that really carry MVP and stuff. But it's real satisfying to go through a match like that and actually, you know, like survive a whole match. On one robot or something like that, you feel like a sense of accomplishment. I'm about to die. Help, stupid bot. That's supposed to be close quarters. How come you got implants and making that go 2 miles down the road? I hate you. No, I don't. I love you. Love makes the world go round. Have some of my stasis beam love. Oh, he did. Good. Oh, here comes Scraptisticus. All right. I do not want to be up here, dude. I'm sorry. Get underneath. I see 2 helix racks over there. That's all right. Let me stay down on the cover. A missile rack. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Come over here, Crush. I got a crush on you. Don't you know you want to see me? Oh, no. Nope, I'm running. Those who fight and run away can zap your behind another day with an arc torrent. Oh, I love that, Scorptisticus. Alright. That's what you call leveling. Leveling. Oh, no. Crush now got a helix rack, man. Turkey. You just try to get any closer to me. Scorptisticus is getting ready to scraptisculize you. 6-0. Lord. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Blood Wolf was the I was playing, you know, that wow, when you go into a match with somebody got 11,000 squad power, you see some horrific spastistic. Yeah, that's what you got. I wonder where's Smoking Cali, man. Where is he? I need to check Sadia. I saw her on. Ah, help! Man, Traintastic. Oh. Scorptisticus was Scorptisticus. I'm getting 0 back here, buddy. Where is you? Good. ¿Cómo está suspendido? Phew. 7-0. Evac MJ, man, what's going on, man, bro? Good to see you. All right, let's go, man. We're getting ready to throw down. First, I'm gonna throw up, and I'm gonna throw down. Throwing up and throwing down. I moved an aquarium out of my office and into the bathroom while my wife was at work. She's like, "Oh no, sorry." But when we was in our courtship or whatever, she's like, "Oh yeah, I love fish." I'm like, "Well, I'm gonna be raising fish in the house. That's what I do." And she got when we got married, she's like, "I just said that, you know. I don't really like fish." Oh, gee, I'm sorry. Well, that means you can't have them. Oh, no, it does not. She did the same thing about pets. She's like, "I don't like animals." I was like, I was going to raise dogs because I don't keep guns in the house. And then we got Mary said, I hate dogs. Oh, yeah? Too bad, dear. Sorry. Oh, you make me so mad, you know? Don't you know? You got to do what your wife says. Well, you know, to a degree. And I did for a long time. We still don't have a dog, but her godparents live in the house with us and they have dogs. I like dogs. We don't help. I'm about to die. Omar. I'm about to overcharge the Walking Dead here. That's what I'm gonna do. What has he got? You trying to close with us? Help. Kill him. He underneath you. Come Fat Albert. He killed both of them and just no. He did not. Oh. We got a couple of you targets behind. Oh, shot off a little bit early there. Ease my hand up. There you go. Kill him. There we go. I remembered to hit the button. Oh, evac. Yeah, I'm like, I taught in China for 7 years, computer graphics and stuff. Thank you. But if you're still there, I'll tell you one thing that I learned about like teaching computer graphics and computer animation in China and game development in China is some kind of business models. A Chinese person said to me, you should not do graphics and animation or whatever. For your business. And I was like, what? And she said, well, what you have in China is you've got 1.5 billion or 2 billion people or more, and they ain't got no money, right? So your business model should be, doing something to get just, a few pennies from a lot of people, and avoid as a business doing labor-intensive work. So in other words, stuff where you have to paint something or but something very, very labor-intensive is almost like being a basketball player. There's very few people that make a lot of money doing that. Now I love teaching mathematics. I love mathematics. And I've done that, but also the game when you're teaching mathematics is like, oh, dang. Who is this? These are bots. We should be mopping the floor with them. So I got, eventually I listened to her and I got a little bit away from like I started a bookstore. And you realize when, like, have an online bookstore, and you realize when you have an online bookstore, how valuable, like, the books are just sitting there on a shelf and somebody orders them, and my wife puts them in the mailbox and there's money, right? And that money is worth more than money that I do something that takes me all day, Because you might be up in here, going around gamer streams and saying, "Can you give me some money for some work?" And they all doing graphics. They love graphics. That's one of the reasons why they're in here. Because they like stuff that looks cool, and they doing it themselves. It might be hard. But I had one of my students that, for example, he learned currency trading, and This is a guy I met 30 years ago, and I was doing mathematics assistance, helping students with their math. And dang, I'm gonna die here. Help! In the mathematics assistance complex, and kids would come up there when they got that letter from the dean saying, "You fail math again, we're kicking you out of school." Right? And he came up there and he learned, his math, and he passed, and he finished the school. And one of the reasons that you do math just general is just like you get a degree or something, and most education systems require you to do some baseline math, statistics, and stuff. So you be aware, you have a knowledge of what it is or whatever. But also, one of the things that you get from that is how to solve problems. Some people are like, well, I would just make hamburgers in a restaurant, right? And every day for them, they know it's like exactly how to put the hamburger on the griddle and everything. They never walk into a situation and say, what I'm going to do, and don't know how to solve it, right? But what mathematics does is it makes you realize that it's a norm that most of the time people don't know what to do, and what companies need or whatever business people need is people who can go and look at a situation that nobody knows how to solve it, and they can think about it and figure out how to solve it, and that's a business leader, right? So what he did is he said, I want to make money, right? He was like, I want a lot of money. That's what he had a single-minded purpose. I wish I had that ability to be interested in money, which I'm not. I think money is sort of a problem of society and stuff, and the system. I don't really like it. But he single-mindedly, so what he did, he started a barbershop business, learned how to cut hair, right? And the brilliance of that is like a lot of times you can network. You're just meeting all these people all day long, and you can network and get to know people that maybe can work together with you. But then, like, when you're in a barbershop, sometimes it's slow and nobody comes in, and you just sit there. And what he did is he would sit there and he studied currency trading. And I've had multiple Chinese people tell me, oh, my currency trading, blah, 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 this happened and that happened. I was like, man, how do you get into that? And they were like, well, but a lot of Chinese people do it. Study it and do it, and it's like a game. But currency trading is bigger than the whole stock market. And so I met this guy like 30 years later, and he was like, man, I'm rich because of you. He ran down the aisle in Walmart and hugged me. Big old black guy, like a football player running down the aisle. And it's like, you would think, maybe he can tackle you, right? That's the way he looks, right? But no, he was coming to hug me. He's like, I was just talking about you the other day, and he's like, I'm rich because of you. I'm buying he's like, I'm selling my business, and I'm going back I'm moving to Panama. I bought a house full, outright ownership, and I'm gonna go down there and open a currency trading school. And I do currency trading. He said, man, we used to play chess. And we'd talk about chess, but we didn't get to play. And he was like, I want to play some chess with you. He came over, man. He whipped my ass so fast in chess. It was amazing. 3-4 times. And the fourth time, man, I stood for about a half an hour. And it was doom. I was like, can I just concede? He's like, yeah, because you're done. You're through. It's just a matter of some moves, and you're going to be gone. But I used to be able to play chess, but now, should pick it back up again. But, so, what is the point? It's like, by taking that time to learn currency trading, he's in a situation, and I saw it, man. He would do currency trading maybe an hour, 2 hours a day. and have $4,000 to $16,000. I was like, man, no wonder these Chinese people doing this like crazy. So he sent me a website. It was called Baby Pips, right? And it was like, learn currency trading in 350 easy lessons. It's like 350 lessons. No. And it's like all this technical. It's a spectacle of technical, sophisticated nationalisms behind it, right? But this is the thing that I'm into mathematics because of the mystery of it, and of knowing that you don't know, and knowing how little we know and how little we understand or whatever. You turkey shot my Scriptisticus robot pal. Walking Dead still number one. Why? Let me hit my dang button before I forget. Where's my coffee? Oh. My nephew is an artist, a graphic artist, and he loves it. And he has maybe he's very privacy. He doesn't. He just like to get where he can do his drawing and his art and just do it, right? But it's hard. It's hard to just survive doing it because there's so many people doing it. And the thing about it is the money that you earn from it is much less valuable in that you can't do other things while you're drawing or while you're doing graphics, like currency trading. And if I was not such a fool, I would knuckle down and study this currency trading, the 350 easy lessons, and practice it and get good at it. Oh, I don't like y'all. Le Tigre, man, quit messing with me. I'm tired of it. And I don't even know if my Walking Dead's here. Oh, good. He's good. He's with me. We should be mopping the floor, man. It shouldn't be even up. Oh, Le Tigre, you're gonna come downstairs and see me, darling. Hey, little girl, I wanna be your Tigre. Sweet little robot, I want to be your Tigre. Man, Walking Dead, what you tripping? He dropped his blunt in his lap. That's what happened. He's like, fire, fire, fire. Oh, no, you got to come back, man. You can't be slacking. Oh, he already up here. Let me get you a good as new. There we go. I got my good as new bag. Love it. Oh, no. My nephew, I wish he was a friendlier type because I do admire him and like him. He really paints acrylic and oil painting like a maestro, buddy. He is really good at it. And he does game design, graphic design and stuff like that. But it's a struggle, It's not like he... And I'll give you another example. It's like photography. You're doing photography. You're not doing other things while you're doing photography, right? So it takes all your time, and it's hard to help. I need to get away. Le Tigre. Oh. So I got, into researching photographers and stuff like that, and I was looking at some of these guys that participated in these big competitions and stuff. Like, Tigray, why you got to mess with me? Can't you go somewhere else? Child, I'm tired of it, man. I need to... Oh! Troll face got me trying to get away from Le Tigray with his thing. Voltaire RPG 8, man. I ain't got that kind of... I'm about to pop you right now. Tigray, you done. Oh, that's troll face. Oh. Now I'm through dealing with y'all. I ain't playing with you. Hold on. You just stand right there. Yeah, that's good. You can move if you want, but no, that's all right. Yeah. Stay where you at. Beautiful. Smell my exhaust fumes. My robot breaths. Okay, what am I even talking about? I don't know. But yeah, I wish I had the sense to knuckle down and learn currency trading on babypips.com and be like him, because man, he was showing me on the phone, him trading at $16,000, and he's up there for a couple hours, and then the rest of the day, man, he's just going around, doing what he want to do. And then you want to talk Panama, you're gonna and he was from Costa Rica, right? But my Discord is the real Mystic Mask. Yeah. Oh, man. Passover coming. And it's going to be pheromone. All right. Oh, it's annoying. That was my best MD. It was my only MD. But. Ooh, and pheromone still. Oh, no, this is a new one. Fire. Good. You see you in that overcharge, man, your missile hit down, they dead quick. Target. How long we got? 28 seconds. Dang you. It's Scraptisticus 14. Cha. I gotta hang my head in shame. I was gonna say though, I was looking at the photographers that participated in these competitions doing this beautiful, magazine photography and stuff. It's like this guy's a dentist and this guy's an MD, medical doctor. Well, this guy's an OBGYN. These guys make so much dang money that they can go, when I get a week off, I'm going to go first 2 days to the Grand Canyon, and then I'm going to fly over here and fly over there and take all these photographs. They can do that. Meanwhile, young aspiring photographers, it's like they ain't got a chance, but I would. Where else they even is? Oh! Surprise! Oh, here come this fool with a dang fusion cannon. I hate that. Those things hurt. Dang you, what was that? Get my good as new. Get my good as new. Get my good as new. Alright. Love it. Got my good as new badge. Good Lord. I should set some time and learn currency trading. Carnita. Oh, solid state. Sneaking up on me. I was thinking about the Vanunu case. I was. That's what I was thinking about. Mordecai. Poor guy. Mm. 4-0, and ground port is coming. That's what carnita means. It's like ground pork. I'm gonna grind your pork in a minute, carnita. Where'd she go? There she go. She through. Oops, I almost hit two. Hang on, I didn't mean to do that. Don't want to miss a chance to battle with Scorptisticus. Ow! I need to get my behind on some color, like quick. Ooh, that make me so mad. Turkey. Oh, you stupid, annoying turret. We got the Lancer out. Oh. Neck and neck. Is it? Oh no. Should not have turned around. Shot me in the back. Come on, child. You know. Oh. Ooh, my CPL is 0. Ooh, 71%. That's a passing grade. C. Let's see, best in show. 337 out of 450. 99 out of 270. Dang. Here she come, Rocket. There's a minigun. Don't go over there, John. I should have got behind some. Really should have. They one-shotting me. Girl, be careful. This guy's gonna one-shot me. I'm trying to stay behind your shield, girl. Darling. Oh, no. Oh. Sydney. Oh, they all gone. Man, I'm out of here. Oh, dear. Oh no. Lost my connection. Sanchoro. Sanjuro. Sanjuro. Oh. And my CPL 0 and I'm playing like this. Crazy. Gotta tell you. Gotta tell you. There she go. All right, I'm back. I just dropped my phone. That's the first drop. Had it for almost 6 months. No drops. Not 6 months, maybe 4, actually.
Product of the latter, and he is just as inevitably subject to the natural laws governing his essential development as to all the other natural laws which he must obey. Revolt against society inconceivable. Society antedates and at the same time survives every human individual, being in this respect like nature itself. It is eternal like nature, or rather, having been born upon our earth it will last as long as the earth. A radical revolt against society would therefore be just as impossible for man as a revolt against nature, human society being nothing else but the last great manifestation or creation of nature upon this earth. And an individual who would want to rebel against a city that is, against nature in general and his own nature in particular, would place himself beyond the pale of real existence, would plunge into nothingness, into an absolute void, into lifeless abstraction, into God. So it follows that it is just as impossible to ask whether society is good or evil as it is to ask whether nature, the universal, material, real, absolute, sole and supreme being, is good or evil. It is much more than that, it is an immense, positive, and primitive fact, having had existence prior to all consciousness, to all ideas, to all intellectual and moral discernment. It is the very basis. It is the world in which, inevitably and at a much later stage, there began to develop that which we call good and evil. The state is sort of a necessary evil. It is not so with the state. and I do not hesitate to say that the state is an evil but a historically necessary evil, as necessary in the past as its complete extinction will be necessary sooner or later, just as necessary as primitive bestiality and theological divagations were necessary in the past. The state is not society. It is only one of its historical forms, as brutal as it is abstract in character. Historically, it arose in all countries out of the marriage of violence, weapon, and pillage, in a word, of war and conquest, with the God created in succession by the theological fancies of the nations. From its very beginning it has been, and still remains, the divine sanction of brutal force and triumphant iniquity. Even in the most democratic countries, like the United States of America and Switzerland, it is simply the consecration of the privileges of some minority and the actual enslavement of the vast majority. Revolt against the state. Revolt against the state is much easier because there is something in the nature of the state which provokes rebellion. The state is authority, it is force, it is the ostentatious disgrace and infatuation with power. It does not seek to ingratiate itself, to win over, to convert. Every time it intervenes, it does so with particularly bad grace. For by its very nature it cannot persuade but must impose and exert force. However hard it may try to disguise this nature, it will still remain the legal violator of man's will and the permanent denial of his liberty. Morality presupposes freedom. And even when the state enjoys something good, it undoes and spoils it precisely because the latter comes in the form of a command, and because every command provokes and arouses the legitimate revolt of freedom. And also because, from the point of view of true morality, of human and not divine morality, the good which is done by command from above ceases to be good and thereby becomes evil. Liberty, morality, and the human dignity of man consist precisely in that man does good not because he is ordered to do so, but because he conceives it, wants it, and loves it. Source: from the Political Philosophy of Bakunin, by G.P. Maximoff, 1953. Michael Bakunin, Statism and Anarchy, translated and edited by Marshall S. Schatz, Professor in the Department of History, University of Massachusetts at Boston. Contents: Editor's Note: Introduction. Principal events in Bakunin's life. Bibliographical note. Note on the translation, Statism and Anarchy, I-3-8, The Persecution of the International. 8-14, The Supremacy of the German State over Europe. 14-26, The Decline of the French State. The Anti-State Sentiments of the French Workers. 226-33, The Imminence of Social Revolution in Spain and Italy. 33-45, The Weaknesses of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Historical Conflict between Slavs and Germans. The Anti-State Nature of the Slavs. Pan-Germanism and Pan-Slavism. 45-51, Social Revolution and the Liberation of the Slavs. 51-56, The Case of Serbia. 56-60, The Czechs. 360-77, German Strength and Russian Weakness. The Dangers of Pan-Slavism to the Russian State. 77-83, The Character of the German Military. 83-88, The Poles as a Source of Russian Vulnerability. 89-97, The Rise of German Power on the Baltic. 97-103, The Folly of Russian Expansion in the East. 103-06, The Character of the German People. 106-12, The French Revolution and the Revival of Prussia. 112-29, The Rivalry of Austria and Prussia, Liberalism and Reaction in Germany, 1815-48. The 129-33, The Influence of Jacobinism and the Failure of Revolution in Germany. 133-36, Life, not Thought, as the basis of anarchism. 136-38, Hegemonism, Statism, and Marxism. 138-43,
Wreck a
The
lot.
Coming of the Revolution of 1848 to Germany. The character and early activity of Marx. 143-63, Germany in 1848, The Liberals' Choice of a Pan-German State over Liberty. 163-68, The Bankruptcy of German Liberalism. 168-73, The Character and Objectives of Bismarck. 173-77, The Character and Objectives of LaSalle. 177-81, Marxist Program of State Dictatorship. 181-89, LaSalle, Marx, and the Social Democratic Party. The Schism and the International. 189-97, The German Nation's Support for the Pan-German Empire. Appendix 198 to 203, What the Friends of the People Should Do. 203-12, The Imminence of Social Revolution in Russia. The People's Ideal and Its Defects, Patriarchalism. 212-17, The Revolutionary Youth and Popular Insurrection. Appendix B 218-20, The Program of the Slavic Section of Zurich. Biographical and other notes on the text index. Introduction. The reign of Nicholas I, it has often been noted, displays a curious paradox, one of the most repressive periods in the history of Imperial Russia. It was also a time of remarkable intellectual and cultural creativity. In the 1830s and 1840s, under the very noses of the third section, Nicholas's political police, westernizers, Slavophiles, liberals, and even socialists were discussing and developing their ideas. Some of the greatest classics of Russian literature were also being composed and published. Michael Bakunin's long intellectual journey, which would culminate in Statism and Anarchy of 1873, his last major work, had its beginnings in this bracing atmosphere. Bakunin, as well as Peter Kropotkin, his successor as the foremost theorist of Russian anarchism, were both scions of the landed nobility, the most privileged class in the Russian Empire. They were not exceptional in this respect. Until about the 1860s, nearly all of Russia's radicals and revolutionaries were nobles.
Oh, second place. Wow.
In Russia, where no individual had political rights or even secure civil liberties or guarantees of free expression, even nobles could suffer oppression, if not of an economic kind. With the bulk of the Russian population unserved until 1861 and the country as a whole socially and economically backward in comparison with Western Europe, only nobles had the education and exposure to Western ideas that enabled them to criticize existing conditions in ideological terms and articulate a vision of a freer and more just order of things. Thus, for much of the 19th century, the Russian intelligentsia, as such educated critics came to be called, consisted largely of sons, and some daughters, of the nobility. Bakunin stands as an extreme, but not untypical, example. The contradictory social, political, and psychological conditions that generated the intelligentsia collided early in Bakunin's own life. Mikhail Alexandrovich, to give him his full Russian name, Bakunin was born on May 18, 1814, May 30th by the Western calendar, which was 12 days ahead of the Russian calendar then in use, at the family estate of Priamykino, or Premikino, as it is sometimes spelled, in Tver province, northwest of Moscow. His father, Alexander, had been sent to Italy at the age of 9 and educated there, taking a Doctor of Philosophy degree at the University of Padua. He subsequently served as a Russian diplomat in Italy. Having retired to his estate, at the age of 40 he married the 18-year-old Varvara Muravova, a member of the prominent and far-flung Muraviv clan. They proceeded to have 10 children, of whom Michael, the first son, was the third oldest. The Bakunins were a well-off and well-established gentry family, but they were neither illustrious nor rich. Though they owned some 500 souls, or male serfs, their income was not lavish, especially when it came to providing education and dowries for so many children, and the family correspondence of Michael's early years is filled with references to financial worries. The elder Bakunin educated his children at home, according to the principles of Rousseau and other Enlightenment figures in whose thought he himself had been steeped. The atmosphere of Priamykino was idyllic, rich in intellectual stimulation, appreciation of art and nature, and spiritual elevation. It was also fraught with contradictions, for it had little to do with actual Russian life. In an autobiographical fragment composed shortly before his death, Bakunin wrote that he and his brothers and sisters were raised in a Western rather than a Russian spirit. We lived, so to speak, outside Russian conditions, in a world full of feeling and fantasy but devoid of any reality. 1. Like most educated Russians of his generation, the elder Bakunin was unperturbed by this contradiction. Having elevated the consciousness and self-consciousness of his sons and daughters, he nevertheless expected them to fulfill uncomplainingly their traditional duty to their family, class, and czar. That meant careers as military officers or landowners for the boys, and as wives of military officers or landowners for the girls. Consciousness and reality soon came into sharp conflict for Michael, and to some extent for his sisters as well. In 1828, at the age of 14, Bakunin was sent to St. Petersburg to prepare for entry into the artillery school. It was not a happy encounter either for Bakunin or for the Russian army. Although he received his officer's commission, he was dismissed from the artillery school in 1834 for disciplinary reasons and was sent to serve in a provincial garrison. He detested military life, and his letters at the time are filled with expressions of disgust for it. Although he referred on several occasions to the coarseness and crudeness of officer life, which contrasted so painfully with the cultured and sheltered upbringing he had had at Priamachino, it appears to have been the constraints and petty discipline of military service that particularly grated on him. Finally, in 1835, much to his father's consternation, he left the military for good. Having liberated himself from the shackles of military service, he also sought to liberate his sisters from the shackles of marriages, or prospective marriages, that he considered unworthy of them. As the oldest boy in the family, and the only male of the first 5 children, Michael became the leader of the older cohort of Bakunin offspring. He was possessive of his sisters, and rather domineering in regard to them, but his intention was not to keep them from marrying. On the contrary, he would later try to match them up with some of his Moscow friends. His objection was to the kind of marriage to conventional gentry husbands that their parents had in mind, marriages in which neither love nor intellectual compatibility was considered relevant. His sisters, whose sensibilities had been cultivated as much as his, shared these qualms, although with more ambivalence. In the end, he had only limited success in arranging their marital lives. His quest for personal autonomy and self-development led him inexorably into rebellion against his father, who, it should be noted, was by no means a tyrant, and whom Bakunin genuinely loved and respected. Bakunin's years at Priamachino left a lasting mark on him. He was the center of a tight-knit family circle consisting of his 4 sisters, a few like-minded friends, and himself. It was a close, warm, and highly self-conscious little company, nurtured on the German Romantic prose, poetry, and philosophy that was so popular with educated Russians of the 1830s. Bakunin's letters, and those of the other members of the Priamachino circle, are filled with lofty philosophical concepts combined with more traditional religious sentiment. The rhetoric is abstract and romanticized, and not untypically adolescent in its self-centered introspection. What comes through clearly is the difficulty these young people faced in trying to reconcile their search for self-realization with the traditional patriarchal world in which they lived. Bakunin's solution was to create an alternative, ideal world of love and spiritual harmony, its intimacy and fraternal devotion sanctified by romantic literature and philosophy and intensified by its sense of embattlement against insensitive elders. He refers to the Priamachino circle in such terms as our holy union, this holy fraternity, our little circle linked by holy love. The seeds of Bakunin's succession of intimate conspiratorial associations in later life, as well as his vision of the small, fraternal anarchist community, may well have been planted here too. For all its warmth and emotional support, the world of Priamachino was too small to contain Bakunin's restless spirit. He now completed the task of scandalizing his father by moving to Moscow and proclaiming his intention to study philosophy while earning his living as a mathematics tutor. Bakunin in fact gave very few lessons, subsisting instead on an allowance from his father in the assistance of friends. He did, however, immerse himself in the study of philosophy. In Moscow, he became part of a circle of young intellectuals absorbed in the philosophical currents of the day. It was headed by Nicholas Stankovich, whose compelling personality and early death outshone any specific accomplishments, and it included the brilliant literary critic Vissarion Belinsky. In Moscow, Bakunin also made the acquaintance of such future luminaries as Alexander Herzen and Nicholas O'Gara, who were to achieve renown as radical journalists in emigration and remained his lifelong friends. The intellectuals in Moscow were just beginning to divide into the two camps of westernizers, who believed Russia should follow the general course of political and social development already laid down by the West, and the Slavophiles, who believed Russia should build on her own native culture and institutions, which had best been preserved by the unspoiled peasantry. Both groups would have their impact on Bakunin. For his later thought, like that of many 19th century Russians, was to some degree an amalgam of the two. He would look to the backward but uncorrupted Russian peasants, and the Slavs in general, to be the first to put into practice the most advanced Western principles of socialism. 3. Most of all, in his Moscow years, he studied Hegel, who now replaced Fichte as the philosopher in whom he sought the key to wisdom. As he says in Statism and Anarchy, in what is unmistakably an autobiographical remark, one had to have lived in those times to understand the passion with which Hegel's philosophy was embraced. Bakunin made a very serious study of at least parts of Hegel's doctrines, and his first original publication, in the journal Moscow Observer, was a preface to his translation of 2 of Hegel's 5 gymnasium lectures. He had previously published a translation of Fichte's lectures on the vocation of the scholar. Hegel's influence on his young Russian readers was twofold and contradictory. Some drew from Hegel's dictum everything that is real is rational, and everything that is rational is real, a conservative, quietistic justification of the status quo. Others, however, drew from it precisely the opposite conclusion. If everything that is rational is real, then those elements of everyday life that are patently irrational, such as repression or backwardness, are unreal and are destined to be swept away by the inexorable unfolding of the dialectic of history. In Herzen's famous phrase, the latter found in Hegel's philosophy the algebra of evolution. From the perspective of the Anglo-American political tradition, Hegelian philosophy may seem an exceedingly abstract and circuitous way of arriving at a radical critique of the existing order. It must be recalled, however, that in the rigid autocracy of Nicholas I no autonomous political life was allowed, and any attempt to create one was treated as subversion. Lacking the opportunity for political activity or even political expression, those who wished to question the existing system had to find another, indirect approach. Since the young intellectuals of the day had no power other than the power of thought, Hegelianism, and idealist philosophy in general, with the primacy it gave to mind and consciousness, offered the most satisfying possibility, however abstract it may have been for thus, in a way that would undoubtedly have astonished its creator, Hegelian philosophy had the capacity to generate, or at least to validate, radicalism. In general terms, the impact of Hegelianism in Russia was similar to its impact in Germany, where the young, or left, Hegelians, including Marx, were beginning to emerge. It has long been thought that it was only after he arrived in Berlin in 1840 and came in contact with left Hegelian circles that Bakunin was radicalized, and that he left Russia still a political conservative, or at most apolitical. In his 1838 preface he had, after all, called for a reconciliation with reality. A closer scrutiny of that article and of his other writings of the period, however, has brought this view into question and provided evidence that his Hegelianism has already begun to serve as a bridge between knowledge and the criticism of concrete reality, between philosophy and social action. 5. If so, then his later revolutionary stance was a logical result of a philosophical development that began well before he left Russia, rather than an abrupt and inexplicable transformation upon his arrival on German soil. Bakunin, who tended to deprecate his early interest in philosophy, a few years later characterized German philosophy as the spiritual opium of all those who thirst for action and are condemned to inactivity. 6. The fact remains, however, that through such abstractions energetic young men like Bakunin found their way to revolution. This in turn helps to explain why devotion to abstract ideas could sometimes be a punishable offense in Nicholas's Russia. In 1840, after a lengthy campaign, Bakunin persuaded his father to help finance a period of study in Berlin. His plan was to familiarize himself with German philosophy at its source, and then return to Russia to pursue a career as a university professor. His father was duly skeptical of his son's ability to settle down and embrace the pleasures of academic life, but he concluded that he had little choice but to agree. Since his family lacked sufficient funds to subsidize him fully, however, Bakunin arranged for a subvention from the wealthy and generous person. Even in Moscow he had already acquired his lifelong habit of living off the benefactions of others, as did his later rival Marx, it should be noted. Perhaps it was fitting that a sworn enemy of the existing economic order should help to undermine it by observing so little bourgeois punctiliousness in regard to money matters. It was a practice that had unpleasant and sometimes unsavory consequences, however. For the rest of his life Bakunin would be trailed by an ever-swelling chorus of unpaid creditors whose loans he never repaid. Curzon, it should be emphasized, was not among them and always aided Bakunin unstintingly. His behavior hardly stemmed from a lust for creature comforts. He never sought more than the bare minimum required to keep body and soul together, and at times made do with less, nor can it be attributed simply to childlike fecklessness. Rather, it would seem that Bakunin, again like Marx, had such confidence in his destiny and in his mission that he was willing to endure the humiliation of depending on others to foot the bill. That sense of mission was to drive him for the rest of his life, but as yet it had no specific content or objective. There is, for example, no indication in his early letters or writings that he gave Russia's peasants a thought, even though he had been raised on a serf estate. Like so many educated Russians of his time, he lived side by side with the peasants but in a world apart from them. What he took with him from Russia was a personal and intellectual framework within which concrete political and social ideals would begin to develop as a result of his sojourn in Western Europe. A few years later, in his famous Confession to Nicholas I, to which we will return below, Bakunin provided an excellent formulation of his lifelong credo: to look for my happiness in the happiness of others, for my own worth in the worth of all those around me, to be free in the freedom of others, that is my whole faith, the aspiration of my whole life. 7. Throughout his life Bakunin would seek to liberate both himself and others from all external constraints on the development of their personalities, just as he had sought to liberate himself, his sisters, and their friends from the narrow conventions of family and caste. This effort, given shape and direction by the myriad experiences and thoughts of subsequent years, would culminate in his anarchist ideology. Once settled in Berlin, where for a time he shared a flat with the future novelist Ivan Turgenev, he attended only briefly to his philosophical studies. Instead, he was drawn to the left Hegelians, and in October 1842 the first fruit of his leftward movement appeared. It was an article in the left Hegelian journal Deutsche Jahrbucher für Wissenschaft und Kunst entitled The Reaction in Germany, a fragment from a Frenchman. He signed it with the pseudonym Jules Elisard, so as not to attract the attention of watchful Russian diplomats, and for good reason. Most of the article was cast in the abstract terminology of Hegelian dialectics, but its subject was the contemporary conflict between reaction and revolution. The last few pages were overflowed political, with references to liberty, equality, and fraternity and to the spirit of revolution. Even in Russia, he asserted, dark clouds are gathering, heralding storm. The article ended with a famous statement that became the virtual hallmark of his subsequent career: let us therefore trust the eternal spirit which destroys and annihilates only because it is the unfathomable and eternally creative source of all life. The passion for destruction is a creative passion too. 8. In this article Bakunin referred briefly to the rights of the poor, and he now began to examine the social question. Moving from Germany to Switzerland, then to Paris, he became acquainted with the various currents of socialism that were making increasing headway in Europe at this time. He met almost everyone who was anyone in European revolutionary and socialist circles of the 1840s, but it was in Paris that he encountered the two men whose views, in different ways, proved most crucial to him. One was Karl Marx, whom Bakunin first met in 1844. For all their bitter personal relations in later years, Bakunin had great respect for Marx's intellect, and adopted many of his criticisms of capitalism. In fact, he may have been the first Russian to familiarize himself closely with Marx's ideas, and the other was Pierre Joseph Proudhon, with whom Bakunin became fast friends. Proudhon was the first to combine the critique of capitalism with anarchism's hostility to the state, and although Bakunin would later reject much of Proudhon's program, he assimilated many of Proudhon's basic positions into his anarchist ideology. Meanwhile, the Russian government had learned that he was hobnobbing with European radicals and ordered him to return home. When he refused, he was stripped of his noble status and sentenced in absentia to hard labor in Siberia. By 1844 he had burned his bridges to his native land, though he still maintained contact with his family at Priamikino. The other issue on which he began to focus in the 1840s was the liberation of the Slavs, and particularly the Poles. In 1847, at a banquet in Paris commemorating the 17th anniversary of the Polish Uprising of 1830-31, he gave an impassioned speech urging reconciliation between Poles and Russians in a joint revolutionary effort against their common enemy, the despotism of Nicholas I. By the time the revolutions of 1848 broke out, the social and national commitments to which he would henceforth adhere were firmly in place. Their precise definition, and the relationship between them, would be refined further in later years, but they continued to form the major axis of his revolutionary outlook. Poland was a particularly sore spot for the Russian government, and at the instigation of the Russian ambassador Bakunin was expelled from France. The outbreak of the February Revolution in Paris found him in Brussels, but with the overthrow of Louis Philippe and the installation of the provisional government he immediately returned to Paris. The upheavals of 1848 and 1849 at last gave him the opportunity for action, and he avidly pursued revolutions all over Europe. In Paris he immersed himself in radical circles. To quote his confession once again, he found the revolutionary atmosphere there a feast without beginning and without end. Then equipped with funds and passports by the provisional government, he soon set off for the Duchy of Poznan, in the Prussian part of Poland, to agitate the Poles, but was prevented from reaching it. In June he participated in the Slav Congress in Prague, which had been called by the Czech leadership in response to the German National Assembly in Frankfurt to defend the interests of the Slavs against German as well as Hungarian expansion. He also participated in the insurrection which brought the Congress to an end, although his role seems to have been a small one. In December of 1848 he published an appeal to the Slavs, the work that first drew the attention of a broad European public. Unlike the Czech leaders of the Slav Congress, who thought in terms of achieving national rights within a restructured Austrian Empire, Bakunin called for the overthrow of the despotic regimes in Prussia and Turkey, Austria and Russia, and their replacement by a free federation of Slavic peoples, or even a federation of European republics. Our whole salvation lies in revolution, and nowhere else. He wrote 11 published in Leipzig as a pamphlet in German and Polish versions. It was also translated into Czech and French and was widely read and debated. 12. Bakunin's overall objective in this period was to bring together the democratic forces of the Slavs, Hungarians, and Germans in a concerted revolutionary assault on the existing order throughout Central and Eastern Europe. After leaving Prague, Bakunin returned to Germany, while retaining contacts among the Czechs. At the beginning of May 1849, while living in Dresden, he was drawn into an insurrection that broke out against the King of Saxony. The composer Richard Wagner became closely acquainted with Bakunin in Dresden, and although his account is not completely reliable, he paints a vivid portrait of him in his autobiography. Wagner captures particularly well the magnetic attraction which this huge and self-assured man exerted on so many people who came in contact with him. I was immediately struck by his singular and altogether imposing personality. He was in the full bloom of manhood, anywhere between 30 and 40 years of age. Everything about him was colossal, and he was full of a primitive exuberance and strength. His general mode of discussion was the Socratic method, and he seemed quite at his ease when, stretched on his host's hard sofa, he could argue discursively with a crowd of all sorts of men on the problems of revolution. On these occasions he invariably got the best of the argument. It was impossible to triumph against his opinions, stated as they were with the utmost conviction, and overstepping in every direction, even the extremist bounds of radicalism. 13. According to Wagner, Although Bakunin disapproved of the insurrection, which he found ill-conceived and inefficient, once it broke out he committed himself to it fully and behaved with wonderful sang-froid. Wagner states that Bakunin proposed bringing all the insurgents' powder stores to the town hall to be blown up at the approach of the attacking troops. Bakunin confirmed this in his confession, where he states also that he would not have goggled at setting fire to the city, for he could not understand why one should feel sorrier for houses than for people. 14, refusing as a matter of honor to flee even when the situation became hopeless. Bakunin was arrested with other leaders of the insurrection. The Saxon authorities tried him and sentenced him to death, then commuted the sentence and turned him over to the Austrians. They in turn tried him for his part in the Prague insurrection, sentenced him to death once again, commuted the sentence and extradited him to Russia. In May of 1851 he was conveyed in chains to St. Petersburg and placed in solitary confinement in the Peter Paul Fortress, the main Russian prison for political offenders. A few months later, Bakunin wrote one of his most controversial works, his Confession to Nicholas I. He was informed that Nicholas wanted him to write an account of his transgressions as a spiritual son writes to his spiritual father. Bakunin agreed and penned a letter 96 pages in length. After the Russian Revolution, the document was found in the Tsarist archives and published. Some have interpreted it as the abject apology of a man who had cracked under the strain of more than 2 years of incarceration. A closer examination of the confession, however, reveals that that was far from the case. Nicholas seems to have wanted two things, repentance, and information on Bakunin's revolutionary accomplices, especially Poles. Bakunin disappointed him on both counts. While conceding that his actions had been criminal from Nicholas's point of view, and signing the document a repentant sinner, Bakunin retracted none of his convictions. Furthermore, he explicitly refused to incriminate others and was careful to divulge only information he was sure Nicholas had from other sources. Why, then, did Bakunin agree to write such a lengthy and detailed account of his thoughts and activities from the time of his arrival in Western Europe to the time of his arrest? Although we can hardly hope to enter into the state of mind of someone in Bakunin's position, part of his motivation appears to have been self-scrutiny, a desire to take stock of his life and his thoughts to date. The confession contains a number of introspective passages in which Bakunin seems to be addressing himself as much as Nicholas. In addition, he seems to have been taken with the idea of educating Nicholas. After all, how often did the Emperor of all the Russias have an opportunity to read an authentic revolutionary credo from a direct source? Bakunin probably had few illusions about persuading Nicholas of his views, although this cannot be entirely dismissed, for the idea of revolution from above died hard in many Russians, including Bakunin. Primarily, however, Bakunin appears to have wished to enlighten Nicholas, for whatever good it might do, as to the true nature of the progressive forces at large in contemporary Europe. Hence, in the guise of a letter of repentance, we find a detailed account of Bakunin's education in radicalism and his participation in efforts to topple governments across Europe. In the course of the narrative, several themes appear that henceforth remain constant in Bakunin's thought in one form or another. Slav unity is one, coupled with an increasing strain of anti-Germanism, here directed mainly against the Austrian Empire. Anti-parliamentarism is also a prominent feature, for the events of 1848 and 1849 had deeply disillusioned Bakunin, like many other European radicals, as to the value of bourgeois democracy and constitutionalism. In turn, his disappointment at the failure of democratic revolution in Germany, which he analyzes at considerable length in Statism and Anarchy, may have reinforced his growing anti-German sentiment. In an odd passage that seems to reflect the very accusation he would later hurl against Marx, he told Nicholas that he favored a strong dictatorial government, especially for Russia, whose purpose would be to educate the people to the point that such dictatorship became unnecessary. 15. He did not specify who was to head such a dictatorship, but this theme would recur several times in the course of his career. He also admitted to harboring a passion for destruction, reiterating the famous phrase from his article of 1842.16, The Confession, then, with due account taken of the circumstances in which it was written, stands as a detailed and self-revealing account of a vital period in Bakunin's life. That it elicited no mitigation of his sentences, Not surprising. In 1854, during the Crimean War, the government, apparently fearing an attack on St. Petersburg, moved him to the more remote Schlüsselburg fortress. Bakunin claimed that Alexander II, Nicholas's son, who came to the throne in 1855, upon reading his letter said that he saw no repentance in it at all. 17 and Nicholas seems to have been of the same mind. They were right, for Bakunin emerged from his long confinement with the same political views he held when he began it. This is clearly documented in a letter he smuggled past the prison censors to his family in 1854. Even after 5 years of solitude and physical deterioration, he declared that prison, far from altering his previous convictions, had made them more fiery, more decisive, and more unconditional. 18 The rest of his life would bear out the truth of those words. In 1857, fearing for his sanity as well as his physical condition, Bakunin was finally reduced to pleading for mercy, and his entreaties and those of his family succeeded. Alexander II released him from prison and allowed him to settle in Siberian exile for life. After a brief visit to his family's estate, he arrived in Tomsk. For a man as gregarious and filled with restless energy as Bakunin, the loneliness and the inactivity of solitary confinement must have been unbearable. He now made up for lost time on both counts. In 1858 he met and married Antonia Kwiatkowska, a comely 18-year-old of Polish parentage whose father worked for a private gold mining company in Tomsk. It was a curious marriage in a number of respects. Bakunin was some 26 years older than his bride, and although she was educated she had little interest in his political activities. Even physically they seemed mismatched, for the enormous figure of Bakunin dwarfed his diminutive wife, like an elephant and a pony at the circus, as one of their acquaintances put it. Furthermore, in later years Antonia bore 3 children fathered by one of Bakunin's Italian political associates, Carlo Gambuzzi, whom she married after Bakunin's death. Nevertheless, Bakunin loved his wife and her children tenderly, and the marriage endured for the rest of his life. The problem of political inactivity was resolved by Bakunin's bold escape from Siberia. Not to be outdone, Peter Kropotkin in 1876 made an even more daring escape from a St. Petersburg military hospital. Having persuaded the Tsar's government to allow him to travel freely in Siberia to pursue a commercial career, he boarded a Russian ship on the Pacific coast and then transferred to an American vessel which took him to Yokohama. There he took another American ship to San Francisco, crossed the Isthmus of Panama, and after a stay in New York and a visit to Boston and Cambridge, where he dined with Longfellow, he sailed for England.
I know I got my mic off.
At the end of
I'm being
1861,
great.
he turned
That's
up on
all right.
Alexander Herzen's doorstep in London. Bakunin seems to have thought in terms of forming a triumvirate with Herzen and O'Gara, whose newspaper The Bell, published in London and smuggled into Russia, had become an influential voice of reform. It soon became clear that Bakunin's views were considerably more radical than those of his friends, and he craved a greater degree of political activism than their journalistic enterprise could offer him. When a new Polish insurrection broke out in January 1863, Bakunin felt impelled to make a personal contribution to the Polish cause, which he had championed so vigorously. He joined a quixotic expedition through the Baltic to land an armed Polish legion on the coast of Lithuania, but neither Bakunin nor the ship got any farther than Sweden. Probably the most gratifying moment of the whole episode was his reunion in May with his wife, Antonia, who, after an arduous journey from Siberia, at last caught up with him in Stockholm. Bakunin now decided to move to Italy. He arrived there at the beginning of 1864 and remained until 1867, first in Florence and then in Naples. Italy proved to be one of the countries most receptive to Bakunin's views, and he exerted a strong influence on its budding socialist movement. It was in Naples in 1866 that Bakunin founded the International Brotherhood, an effort he had begun earlier in Florence, the first of a long and complex series of secret revolutionary organizations that marked his anarchist years. Exactly when his views finally crystallized into full-fledged anarchism is difficult to determine. By July 1866, at the latest, He was voicing a categorical rejection of the state that formed part of his anarchist ideology. 19 In August 1867, in a series of articles written for an Italian newspaper, he explicitly used the word anarchist to characterize his views. 20. Bakunin left Italy in the last months of 1867 and spent the rest of his life in Switzerland, where he
This
could
guy.
conduct his activities in greater safety. He joined the League of Peace and Freedom, a middle-class liberal organization founded in 1867
Wow.
and based in Geneva. Serving on its central committee, he attempted to radicalize it, that is, to persuade it to adopt his anti-state and socialist views. As part of that campaign, he wrote an unfinished work entitled Federalism, Socialism, and Anti-Theologism, the first extended exposition of his anarchist principles. Having failed to bend the League to his purposes, he and his followers withdrew from it and created the International Alliance of Social Democracy. The period from 1867 to 1874 was the most active and productive in Bakunin's life, and it was in these years that he wrote all of his major anarchist works. One element of his activities was an ill-advised attempt to influence revolutionary circles in his homeland through collaboration with Sergei Nechayev. Nechayev appeared in Switzerland in 1869, claiming to be the head of a vast revolutionary conspiracy in Russia. He made a great impression on Bakunin, who helped produce a series of propaganda pamphlets for Nechayev to circulate in Russia, sought financing for his activities, and in general lent his name to Nechayev's enterprise. It gradually became clear that Nechayev in no way merited his confidence. A man of humble origins, he does seem to have hated the existing order, but it was a warped and unprincipled hatred which he was prepared to direct against his friends as well as his enemies. 21 Bakunin, for example, had received an advance from a publisher to translate Marx's Capital into Russian, and when he failed to deliver the translation, Nechayev, without Bakunin's knowledge, wrote a threatening letter to the publisher demanding that he release Bakunin from his obligation. Marx was to exploit this episode in his campaign against Bakunin and the International. Nechayev also attempted to seduce Herzen's daughter in order to draw her into a scheme, and when he and Bakunin finally parted company, he stole some of Bakunin's papers to use for blackmail. Worst of all, it transpired that in Moscow, where he did in fact form a small revolutionary circle, he had persuaded the other members to help him murder one of their number whom he claimed to be an informer. For this deed he was eventually extradited to Russia from Switzerland as a common criminal and spent the rest of his life in prison in particularly brutal conditions. Bakunin's relationship with Nechayev, which lasted for more than a year, is one of the most closely examined episodes of his life. The greatest controversy has swirled around the authorship of the notorious Catechism of a Revolutionary. This most famous literary product of the Nechayev affair is a horrifying credo of the revolutionary's nihilist, a cold-blooded individual who has severed all the personal ties and human feelings binding him to conventional society, the better to destroy it. The Catechism was found by the Russian police and published in the course of prosecuting the Bolsheviks. It had long been assumed that Bakunin was primarily, if not wholly, responsible for the composition of the document. Subsequently discovered evidence, however, indicates that Nechayev was the more likely author, though some contribution by Bakunin cannot be precluded. 22. This does not absolve Bakunin of responsibility for entering into a partnership with such a sinister and unscrupulous figure. His initial attraction to Nechayev is not difficult to understand. Nechayev was young and energetic and claimed to be an authentic representative of the rising new generation in Russia and the direct link with the revolutionary movement. Wanting to believe him, Bakunin was too quick to accept Nechayev's claims, and much too slow to perceive their emptiness and Nechayev's ruthlessness. Interestingly, Bakunin kept his collaboration with Nechayev separate from his other organizational activities both inside and outside the International. Those activities generated a welter of intertwining and overlapping associations, somewhat both public and secret manifestations, outer and inner circles, like the nesting wooden dolls of Russian folk art. Bakunin first joined the International in 1864, though he remained an inactive member. In the summer of 1868, he became a member of the International's Geneva Central Section. In September of the same year he formed the International Alliance of Social Democracy, essentially a successor to the International Brotherhood of 1866, which then asked to be admitted to the International. When the latter refused to admit it as a separate body, the International Alliance was dissolved, officially, at least, and in March 1869 was admitted as the Geneva section of the International. To make matters even more confusing, there was also a Russian section in Geneva, whose members supported Marx against Bakunin. In September of 1872, with a group of Italian and Spanish associates, Bakunin founded the Alliance of Social Revolutionaries, a sequel to, or possibly a continuation of, the Alliance of Social Democracy. A few months earlier, he had formed a Russian Brotherhood, consisting of himself and a handful of young Russian students in Zurich, and in July of 1872 he created with them and a few others a Slavic section of Zurich, which affiliated with the Jura Federation of the International. Still other secret organizations may have existed, and the attempt to sort them out has bedeviled historians for 100 years. In most cases, these were nothing more than small circles of like-minded intimates, for whom Bakunin delighted in drawing up elaborate statutes and statements of purpose. At the same time, Bakunin was producing an abundant mass of literature. He was an extraordinary letter writer. At one point in 1870 he claimed that he had written 23 big letters in the past 3 days. 23 his letters are vigorous, direct, and often very revealing. His theoretical writings, on the other hand, consist mostly of unfinished fragments, few of which were published in his lifetime. Nothing could better illustrate the difference in temperament between him and Marx than the sheer messiness of Bakunin's literary output. A good example is a major work entitled The Neo-Germanic Empire and the Social Revolution, which he wrote in 1870-71. Like many of his works, it seemed to escape the control of its creator and take on a life of its own. He wrote to O'Gara, "Understand that I started it as a pamphlet but am finishing it as a book. It's monstrous." 24 and a monster it was, a great sprawling mass, never completed and bristling with fragments, variants, introductions, and addenda. Only part of it appeared in print at the time, but another section, published after Bakunin's death under the title God and the State, became the best known of Bakunin's works and has appeared in at least 16 languages. The outbreak of the Franco-Prussian War in 1870, and the events that followed it, evoked a strong response from Bakunin. His principal work on the subject was Letters to a Frenchman on the Present Crisis, published in September of 1870, an abridgment of a larger work. In a striking anticipation of Lenin's policy in the First World War of turning the imperialist war into a civil war, Bakunin urged the French to turn the defensive war against the Germans into a popular revolution to transform the French state into a federation of autonomous communes, even at the risk of annihilating themselves and all their property. A few days after the defeat of Louis Napoleon, having been informed of plans for a socialist uprising in Lyons, Bakunin resolved to take my old bones there and probably to play my last role. 26 This was Bakunin's first opportunity to participate in a real insurrection since 1849. His influence made itself felt with the appearance in the city of a poster issued by the Revolutionary Committee calling for abolition of the administrative and governmental machinery of the state. 27 But the uprising itself was quickly suppressed. Bakunin conducted himself with resolution and was briefly arrested, but he managed to flee and made his way back to Switzerland in disguise. He had already begun to connect the stunning victory of Germany over France with the doctrinaire socialism of the Marxists, and the next momentous event in his life, the schism and the International in 1872, confirmed that connection in his mind. Relations between Marx and Bakunin had never been warm, although it was only in the late 1860s that they erupted into open warfare. When the two met in Paris in 1844, Bakunin had admired Marx's erudition but not his personality. Then, in July of 1848, Marx, in his Cologne newspaper The New Irish Zeitung, published a report that the novelist George Sand had proved that Bakunin was a Russian government agent, a rumor that had been dogging Bakunin for some time. The paper subsequently printed Sand's denial of the story as well as Bakunin's protest, but the incident could not help but poison their future relations. They met once again, in London in 1864, an encounter that was cordial but distant. Furthermore, Marx was as scornful and distrustful of Russians as Bakunin was anti-German and anti-Semitic. Even Poland, whose independence both of them supported, drew them apart rather than together. To Marx, freedom for Poland signified a blow against Russia, the bastion of European reaction, whereas to Bakunin it represented the starting point of Russia's liberation. Finally, it is hardly surprising that even an international organization was not capacious enough to contain two such domineering as well as divergent personalities. Nevertheless, the personal antagonism between them should not be unduly emphasized, for Bakunin as well as Marx their conflict involved fundamental differences of principle. The storm which had been gathering for several years finally broke at the Congress of the International held at The Hague in September 1872. Marx succeeded in having Bakunin, who was unable to attend the Congress, expelled from the International on the grounds, for which no convincing proof was offered, that he had continued to maintain within the International a secret alliance inimical to the International's objectives. For good measure, he was also accused of having engaged in fraud and intimidation in regard to his projected translation of Marx's Capital. In order to keep the General Council out of the hands of the Bakunists, who by now probably constituted a majority of the International, Marx and the Hague Congress agreed to transfer it from London to New York. In terms of the labor movement at the time, this was the equivalent of Siberian exile, and, as Marx well knew, it spelled the death of the old International 28, Statism and Anarchy, written in the following year, summarizes Bakunin's reactions to the tumultuous events of the early 1870s. It was his last major piece of writing. He now attempted to achieve a measure of stability in his life and security for his family. One of his Italian adherents, who had a private fortune, following a state called Baronata, near Locarno. The plan was to turn it into a kind of safe house for revolutionaries from neighboring Italy and elsewhere, while at the same time providing a home for the Bakunins. Among other benefits, vesting formal ownership in Bakunin's name would have provided him with the safety of Swiss citizenship. Like every other venture in Bakunin's life that involved money, this one ended disastrously. A succession of mishaps led to the near bankruptcy of Bakunin's friend and fatal recriminations between them. Bakunin and his long-suffering wife had to leave the property, and Bakunin's reputation suffered considerable damage. Perhaps in expiation of the fiasco, Bakunin in August of 1874 set out for Bologna to participate in another projected insurrection. It fizzled before it could even begin, and Bakunin returned to Switzerland without injury either to himself or to the established order. It was his last exploit. He spent his remaining days in growing distress from kidney and bladder ailments, and on July 1, 1876, he died in Bern, where he had gone to seek medical treatment. Bakunin's life and his thought are inseparably intertwined, for he drew his ideas from his experiences and personal encounters as well as from his reading, though the breadth of the latter should not be underestimated. Neither his life nor his thought can be understood in isolation from each other, but, on the other hand, neither entirely explains the other. For example, his commitment to popular spontaneity and self-will was perfectly genuine, yet he was drawn throughout his life to the idea of a revolutionary dictatorship. His celebration of destruction was not just an abstract vestige of Hegelian philosophy but manifested itself in graphic and concrete terms. Yet in his personal behavior he was the kindest and least bloodthirsty of men. There is no ready explanation for such riddles, no neat dialectical resolution of all the inconsistencies and contradictions in Bakunin's personality and ideas. While they continue to puzzle biographers and historians, however, they seem to have left Bakunin himself serenely untroubled. Though technically incomplete, Statism and Anarchy, to a greater degree than most of Bakunin's writings, forms a cohesive whole. In fact, it is quite artfully constructed. Basically, it weaves together three main themes. One is the impact on Europe of the Franco-Prussian War and the rise of the German Empire. The second is Bakunin's criticism of the Marxists in the wake of the schism and the International. The third is a recapitulation of his fundamental anarchist views. The last is what gives the work its significance as a statement of anarchist principles, but in the context of the other two themes those principles take on a concrete, even programmatic character that is absent in more abstract works. Much of Statism and Anarchy is a survey of the condition of Europe in the wake of the German victory over France and the advent of Bismarck. Like so many European radicals, Bakunin was shocked and dismayed at the abrupt eclipse of France, with its revolutionary and socialist traditions, and at the prospect of a Europe dominated by Germany. He feared that the forces of statism, and hence of European-wide reaction, had been immeasurably strengthened by the rise of German power, and the forces of popular social and economic liberation weakened. Unfortunately, Bakunin's elaboration of this theme is accompanied by virulent Germanophobia. It may have stemmed in part from the Slavophile current of Russian thought, which regarded the Russian bureaucratic state as a German importation. It seems to have been implanted mainly by his experiences in the 1848 period. However, his adoption of the cause of the Austrian Slavs, his disillusionment with German liberalism, and, perhaps not least, his treatment at the hands of the Saxon and Austrian authorities after the Dresden insurrection. It emerged full-blown in the wake of the Franco-Prussian War, when his alarm at the political and military power of the German Empire coincided with his growing enmity toward Marx. Bakunin's anti-German sentiments desensitized him to some of the more ominous implications of Germany's rise. There is a certain prophetic quality to his warnings against unfulfilled German nationalist ambitions, acquiescence to authority, and militarism, just as there is a prophetic quality to his warnings of the possible consequences of Russian expansionism. He goes well beyond objective analysis, however, and his invective against the servility and docility of the Germans verges on a kind of racism. Equally repellent, though less marked in this work than in some others, is Bakunin's anti-Semitism, which often appeared as a corollary to his anti-Germanism. Again, it is in part a weapon in his war against Marx. Not only was Marx himself Jewish as well as German, but some of those who helped him in his campaign against Bakunin were also Jewish. Bakunin's anti-Semitism, however, long antedated his conflict with Marx. It may be argued that such sentiments, however distasteful, do not negate Bakunin's anarchist principles. 29. It may also be argued that those principles are somehow deficient if even one so passionately committed to them was unable to surmount crude ethnic prejudices. The most that can be said for Bakunin is that he was hardly unique in this regard. In France, for example, at least until the Dreyfus Affair, socialist and anarchist writers and artists frequently employed stereotypical anti-Semitic images of the Jew as capitalist or banker, or simply as a crude synonym for bourgeois. 30. It should be noted also that Bakunin's consistent, though not uncritical, support and defense of the Poles, in regard to whom so many otherwise liberal Russians had a moral blind spot, was a remarkable example of adherence to principle. The second major theme of statism and anarchy is its critique of Marxism. To the Marxists, the proletariat's participation in the political life of its respective nations seemed an effective way of pursuing the class struggle and ultimately achieving the supremacy of the proletariat and the elimination of the state. To the anarchists, however, any participation in bourgeois politics was inherently corrupting. One could fight the enemy or one could join the enemy, but one could not do both. To expect to use political methods to abolish political domination was a dangerous delusion. A closely related issue concerned the structure and organization of the International itself. If components of the International were to engage in contemporary political life, the organization required a certain amount of centralization in order to provide information, support, and coordination, and thus, at the very least, an enhanced role for the General Council. To the anarchists, the International must serve as a direct model for the new society, a microcosm of the free future order. Therefore they envisioned it as a true federation, with local sections enjoying the greatest possible degree of autonomy. Thus the debate over the powers of the General Council, and hence of Marx, who dominated it, was really a debate over basic issues of the International's strategy and objectives. Bakunin contended that if the Marxists attempted to work for the state to achieve their ends, there could be only two results. Either they would be drawn into the parliamentary system and would become indistinguishable from the bourgeois parties. Or, if they ever came to power, they would form a new ruling elite over the masses. In 20th century terms, the result would be either West European social democracy or Leninism-Stalinism. Bakunin spelled out the second possibility in the most remarkable passage in Statism and Anarchy, his description of what a Marxist dictatorship of the proletariat would look like. Brief as it is a chilling picture of Stalin's Russia some 60 years before the fact, and a prophecy of the rise of the new class long before Novangela's made the term famous. Interestingly enough, Marx, who had learned Russian in order to study Russian economic conditions, carefully read Statism and Anarchy. Sometime in 1874-75 he went through the work and made lengthy extracts and notes. His own comments on it are few but revealing. His chief criticism of Bakunin was that he did not pay enough attention to the economic preconditions of revolution. Well, Marx complained, not economic conditions, is the basis of his social revolution. There was much to be said for this judgment. What Marx did not perceive so clearly was that precisely the opposite criticism might be leveled against him. His only response to Bakunin's warning that socialism might produce a new ruling elite was to reiterate confidently that once economic conditions were changed and class rule came to an end, the state and all relations of political authority would necessarily disappear. 31 He would not entertain the possibility that political domination was a product of will, and not solely of economic conditions, and that the former might persist even after the latter had been transformed. It is in the attack on Marx that the literary artistry of Statism and Anarchy reveals itself. The discussion of Marx and his views appears only in the last third of the book. By the time Bakunin gets to Marx, however, he has so identified the Germans with Statism that Marx's political outlook takes on a truly sinister cast. In the context which Statism and Anarchy has created, Marx becomes a kind of socialist Bismarck, promoting pan-German hegemony by other means. Whatever the fairness or accuracy of such a depiction, and it should be kept in mind that Marx, Lassalle, and the new German Social Democratic Party, all of whom Bakunin lumps together, actually held different views on many issues. It is a product of a degree of literary skill for which Bakunin is rarely given credit. In opposition to both Statism and Marxism, Bakunin presents in bold outline the principles of anarchy, as he calls what we would today term anarchism, and the anarchist society of the future. In the most general terms, it can be said that each of the three competing political ideologies of the 19th century, liberalism, socialism, and anarchism, took its stand primarily on one element of the French Revolution's trinity: liberty, equality, and fraternity. Anarchism joined socialism in rejecting 19th century parliamentarism, or bourgeois democracy, as a narrow conception of liberty which could be enjoyed only by the propertied classes as long as economic inequality prevailed. The anarchists' critique of liberalism added little to that of the socialists, and the pages of Statism and Anarchy dealing with this subject are perhaps the least original, and, in retrospect, some of the most short-sighted, in the book. Much more original was anarchism's critique of Marxism as inherently unable to achieve the true economic equality it claimed to represent. Bakunin was the first to warn that Marxists in power might simply replace the capitalists they had chased out, leaving the position of the workers essentially unchanged, and after him it became a major component of anarchist thought. Meanwhile, anarchism held that the key to true liberty and true equality was the third term of the revolutionary motto, fraternity. The word fraternity, or brotherhood, recurs throughout Bakunin's writings and appears in the name of several of his revolutionary organizations as well. Like other anarchists, Bakunin believed that social solidarity, a deep-rooted social and communal instinct, was an innate feature of human nature. If it failed to manifest itself consistently in contemporary society, that was only because it had been suppressed, or distorted, by the artificial structure of the state. To create a new and better society, therefore, did not require the re-education of its inhabitants or the transformation of human nature, but only the release of the masses' pent-up natural instincts and social energies by destroying the institutions supporting them. Hence the refrain that runs throughout Statism and Anarchy, the call for a new society organized from below upward, composed of small, voluntary communities federating into larger associations for larger purposes. This was the structure that was to replace the state, with its hierarchical form of organization from above downward. Such a social vision ultimately rested on an abiding faith in human brotherhood, for in the absence of the state, with its legal, administrative, and police structures, there would be little else to hold the community together. And yet, in Appendix A of Statism and Anarchy. Bakunin sharply criticized the Russian peasant the need for the conformist pressures it exerted on the individual, a criticism he had expressed even more vehemently some years earlier. 32 He was unusual among Russian revolutionaries in this period, for most of them glorified the commune, believing it fraught with socialist potential. Bakunin seems to have sensed the possibility of conflict between the autonomy of the community and the freedom of the individual. This issue goes to the core of the anarchist outlook as a whole, for this law, face-to-face community lay at the very center of anarchism's ideals. Unfortunately, Bakunin failed to grapple with it further. Bakunin's social objectives in turn helped to determine his concept of social revolution, which occupied a particularly prominent place in statism and anarchy. The primary purpose of the revolution was to destroy the state in all its appurtenances. Consequently, the popular forces most suitable for carrying it out were those segments of the population most alienated from the established order and with the least to lose from its demise. Bakunin often voiced suspicion of the sturdy, class-conscious, urban proletarians upon whom Marx placed his hopes, for he regarded them as already partially bourgeoisified, corrupted by middle-class values. Instead, he looked to the most destitute and desperate toilers, peasants, semi-organized laborers and artisans, what the Marxists would call the lumpen proletariat. At times his vivid imagination led him to romanticize such elements as brigands and bandits, whom he chose to see as social rebels rather than social deviants. In Statism and Anarchy, as well as in other writings, he celebrates Razin and Pavlicek, who led great popular uprisings in 17th and 18th century Russia, and at one point, in regard to the revolutions of 1848, he even refers to street urchins. Clearly, however, he regarded such individuals as instigators, or inspirers, of a popular revolution, not as a substitute for it. The other force necessary for social revolution was what Bakunin referred to as the intellectual proletariat, educated individuals who had turned their backs on their class of origin. They alone could provide organization, propaganda, and encouragement to the scattered and downtrodden masses. They must not attempt to direct the masses or to impose their own ideas or values on them, however, but must limit themselves to literary and organizational tasks. Exactly how such dedicated and strong-willed individuals were to be prevented from dominating or even dictating to the masses was unclear, and, as we have seen, Bakunin himself, like so many revolutionaries who came after him, was too impatient and too domineering to abide strictly by his own principles. With his theory of social revolution, Bakunin at last brought together the social and national tracks he had been pursuing since the 1840s. For Bakunin believed that the popular forces most likely to demolish the statist order, and most capable of creating a new society from below upward, would be found in the Latin and Slavic countries. Spain, Italy, and Eastern Europe seemed to him to have retained to the greatest degree the large and destitute peasantry, the semi-peasant urban workforce, and the disaffected intelligentsia characteristic of what we would today call an underdeveloped country. There too, the peasants and even the working classes of the cities most fully retained their traditional character and forms of organization, hence the greatest sense of distance from the state. By contrast, in such countries as Germany and England, with their greater degree of civic development and public consciousness, the workers seemed increasingly drawn into the established structure. Thus Bakunin looked to the southern and eastern fringes of Europe to initiate the anarchist revolution, and it was in these regions, notably Spain, Italy, and his homeland, Russia, that his ideas had the greatest impact and anarchism became a significant ideological force. More broadly, Bakunin's theory of revolution identified with remarkable accuracy the social forces and political environments that were to produce some of the most significant revolutions of the 20th century. Statism and anarchy was aimed specifically at Russian
Feel better
readership,
now,
and it is the only
darling.
major work of Bakunin's anarchist theory that he wrote in Russian rather than French. Composed in the summer of 1873, it was printed in Switzerland in an edition of 1,200 copies, almost all of which were destined for Russia. It was published anonymously, but those interested in the contents had no difficulty learning who the author was. emigrant revolutionaries had no established efficient networks
All
for
right.
smuggling contraband literature across the porous Russian frontier, and most of the copies of the work were shipped safely to St. Petersburg, where they were distributed by Revolutionary Circle 33. Thus, statism and anarchy succeeded in reaching its intended audience, and at
That's
a time
about it.
when that audience was particularly receptive to the book's message, on the eve of the famous To the People movement of 18...
I think I'm getting better at playing and reading a book at the same time. That's great. It takes because you can't strain to concentrate. You have to. It's kind of a magic sort of medium of getting. You know how it is when you're driving and listening to somebody talk, or you are walking and talking and listening to somebody talk. It's like you've gotten so skilled at something that you can put it on, so essentially on autopilot. And that for me, it was hard for me to get into games because I'm like, I want to read it. Every time you read a book, your whole life changes, So I feel like I can do it. I can get to a point where I can play well and or decently well, and listen to a book at the same time. So I hope you will join me next time. Until next time, it's not going to be next time. Take care.